Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our Governance and Priorities meeting here for Tuesday, March the 4th. Starting with our land acknowledgement. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Leakalta Kone Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. Finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. For a moment of reflection, there's going to be a bit of a theme here this morning, and a bit of our theme here this morning is that we have some celebratory items that are happening. So one of the things that our council was wanting to do was celebrate success that we're seeing in our community, and we've seen success in a few different areas of our community. Saturday night, Chestermere Red Arena was electric. It was an awesome place to be. Had the pleasure of being on the ice for the game. It was packed. It was standing room only, about 3 people deep, with people from our community there. Unfortunately, the Indus team beat our Chestermere U15 team to take banners. So Indus won banner on our rink. It's fine. It's fine. I've moved on. But it was an amazing atmosphere, and so thank you to everyone who showed up and came out to watch the game. But we have a few that we would like to celebrate. One is the U11 Wranglers won gold in their division this weekend, and there are a number of Chestermere girls that are on that team. The U13 2 team, they won banner and are moving on to the next round and hopefully be able to move on from provincials from there. And also, Chestermere High School Lakers varsity basketball team won the Rocky View Championship, and they are moving on. So lots of success that we are seeing in our community. Council right now is signing some cards. Congratulations that we're going to be sending off to these teams. And again, we just want to remind community members that whether it's a sports team or something within your own organization where you're finding some success, council would love to come alongside of you and be able to celebrate those things. And so please let us know about the success items that you're seeing, or feel free to invite council out to some of these big events and sports games that are happening, as council would be more than happy to attend. So congratulations to those 3 teams that are finding that have found success with regards to the banners. And also we have our U11 3 team will be playing for the division banner this weekend, and the U11 3 team, well, I just saw this now, they're playing Indus. So U11, if you could get it back for our U15 team, that would be appreciated by our U15 team. So hopefully we can fill the barn again on this weekend. Not sure when the games are, but and go out and celebrate as our U11 3 team takes on Indus this weekend. With that, we'll move to the approval of the agenda. I do believe that we have some changes to the agenda, in that we're going to be needing to remove an item, and it'll be just scheduled for another meeting. Other than removing item 6.1, looking to council first, are there any items that you, anything with comments with regards to the agenda? Administration? Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you two, I guess, administration, I was actually looking forward to this presentation. Do we know when it's going to be coming back to council?
Yeah, so all that happened was, unfortunately, our guest was unable to come today, which is why we're having to move it. So I would look to Ms. Brar, who is in the room, through our CAO, to our CAO. Do we know when this presentation is coming back?
Yes, good morning, Council. Through the Mayor to Council, we're looking at either March 25th or April 1st.
Yeah, we would do it for next week, I believe, but because we're having to have a shorter council meeting because some of us are, once again, off to Edmonton next week. So March 25th or April 1st, we'll be coming back. Great, thank you. Administration, any other changes to the agenda? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Ryan.
Thank you. Move the Governance and Priorities Committee approve the March 4th, 2025 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting agenda as amended. Remove agenda item 6.1, Social Wellbeing Framework Study.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. For our public input session, we did have a letter that was submitted, and as what we have done, if it is in the agenda, we don't necessarily go through the letter word for word. What I will say in response to the letter is administration is currently working on, as per the motion that was made a few weeks ago, administration is working on a number of different options for transit within Chestermere, and one of the things that they're looking at are what are the possibilities with a furthering of expansion with Calgary Transit, but that is just one of a multitude of options. And so administration is looking at a number of different options, and I believe from the motion that there'll be a presentation coming back to council with regards to public transit by the end of April. Is that correct? Okay. So just want to respond to that concern from the resident. Thank you for that letter that came in. And just a response to that letter is there will be a presentation with more information coming back from administration by the end of April. Looking to Ledge Services, was there any other public input items?
Through the CAO to the chair and all of council, Ledge Services hasn't received any additional public input at the time.
Great. Thank you. Can I have a motion then to accept the letter of concern for information, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that Governance and Priority Committee accept the letter of concern regarding transit for information.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. And that's carried. So I said at the beginning of our meeting today that we were going to, that today was a bit of a celebration day. And one of the things that we want to celebrate was an initiative that was taken on by one of our staff members. And I'm sure he's going to love the fact that he's going to get all the public limelight here for a minute. I'm sure he's going to be fired up about this. We tried to keep this under wraps to surprise him a little bit. And but what happened was there was a staff hockey tournament that was held a couple weeks ago. It was a 3-on-3 tournament. And Mr. Andrew Seto came up with this idea. He approached the CAO, myself, with this idea a number of months ago, then worked on putting it together, and we had our city ops and city hall and the firemen all playing against each other in a 3-on-3 tournament. And the purpose of that tournament was to raise money for the United Way. And the staff were able to raise over $4,700, so $4,764.69 was raised for the United Way. We have some exciting news about that money, is that the United Way has confirmed that all of that money will remain in Chestermere, which is awesome. So our staff went out and did a fundraiser for this, and at the time, the United Way was chosen, and the United Way got back to city administration to let us know that all of the money raised from that 3-on-3 tournament will remain in Chestermere. And so what we wanted to do as part of our official council meeting today, as part of our awards and proclamation, is we have a certificate that we've done up, and we've invited members that played on each of the teams to come, and we just want to do a bit of a photo op. That is why one of the reasons why City Council is also wearing all of our jerseys today, as along with our CAO, is we just want to take an opportunity to thank Andrew and congratulate him on this work, and just say thank you for bringing nearly $5,000 into our community that's going to be distributed to our not-for-profit community. So I just want to say on behalf of council and with council, thank you so much, and we're just going to do a bit of a photo op opportunity here. But Andrew, thank you so much.
tracking it for this week.
Did you actually? Yeah. We kept it a secret? Yeah. Well, we're supposed to be last week. You messed it up. Get out of here. Yeah, this was supposed to go down last week. We went to Mexico. Yeah.
Everyone is squeezing a little bit for me.
There you go. Shoulder inside shoulder. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just take a picture of the TV screen.
We can move this into.
Actually, yeah, we're well framed.
Get some people down in the front here as well.
Should we move
Bad
this?
side. Bad side.
All right, let's move this in.
I'll unplug it. So.
We have to?
Hey, I want to talk about it.
And also go out into the.
Trying to get me time for this already.
How many electricians take?
Send the video on the watch. Okay. Squeeze it back. Do you want people in the front?
Yes.
Stack the pads.
There you go.
Oh, there you go.
Perfect. All right, big smiles. Nice. All right, everyone looks great.
Wow. Wow.
I wonder how we spend money.
Yeah. So again, thank you to Andrew. It's just cool when we see in any leadership position I've ever held. I always appreciate when the people that you work with, your staff, take initiative, and this initiative is great. And again, it's another $4,700 that goes that will be distributed back into our community. So thank you to Andrew for that work again. With that, I believe now we're moving to item 7.1, which is our City of Chestermere Offsite Levy Implications on Development Community, presented by Madelaine Fisk.
Great. Good morning, Mayor and Council. As previously mentioned, my name is Madelaine Fisk. I'm the Growth and Development Coordinator here at the city. You've seen me a few times already. When I come up here, it is about offsite levies. That is my main project here and something that I spearhead. We are super lucky today. Actually, I will not be presenting anything. We have BILD that has joined us today to do the presentation. So we have Kimber Higa as well as Mike Anderson joining us. I just wanted to introduce them. So again, they're representing BILD. BILD is an acronym that stands for the Building Industry and Land Development Association. So they are a group gathers together specifically that come here and develop in Chestermere. And so this purpose of the presentation today is really stemming from the previous conversation we had based around offsite levies. I know a lot of questions were made regarding the implications that the offsite levies have on the development community. And so we wanted to bring them here and have them speak to you themselves. Without further ado, I will allow them to come up now.
Okay, perfect.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here today. As introduced, my name is Kimber Higa. I'm Director of Regional Initiatives with BILD Calgary Region. And joining me today is Mike Anderson, who is Chair of BILD's Chestermere Committee, as well as he works for Qualico. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today and to share our perspective and approach to offsite levy bylaws. Next slide, please. So who is BILD? BILD Calgary Region, our membership consists of over 580 member companies and organizations. Our members are developers, builders, renovators, trades, consultants, manufacturers, service professionals, and suppliers. We provide our members with opportunities to learn, connect, share knowledge to improve our industry, and ultimately meet the housing needs of communities within the region. Through our advocacy, BILD works to reach consensus between our members for the interest of the industry as a whole and not any individual member company. BILD is a 3-tiered organization. Locally, we work closely with our municipal partners to address issues and challenges and collaborate to ensure vibrant, established neighborhoods and new communities. Our colleagues at BILD Alberta advocate on provincial initiatives such as regulations or legislative changes and Alberta-specific building codes and code adaptation. CHBA is our national tier that drives initiatives and addresses challenges at the federal level. National building code reviews, tariffs and supply chain issues, regulations, and national housing initiatives are just a few of the important industry advocacy that is a focus and of significant impact across Canada. Next slide, please. So this slide is the 2023 data from the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation in relation to new home construction, specifically in the Calgary region. I'll note that we don't yet have the updated stats for 2024, but for January to November 30th in 2024, CMHC was reporting a 25% year-to-date increase in housing starts from these 2023 numbers shown here. The city of Calgary alone reported over 20,000 housing starts in 2024, setting new records. With the growth seen last year across the region, these numbers collectively for 2024 will be higher, indicating the impact and importance of the housing industry, not only for our members and their employees, but the impact to homeowners and municipal economic well-being. So these principles outline BILD's approach to offsite levies. In our work across the region, we employ the same principles in any conversations we engage in with municipalities. So I'll quickly walk you through our principles and what they mean. Our principles are aligned to the regulations and requirements found under the Municipal Government Act, Section 648. Number 1, sustainable and resilient. Offsite levies should be structured and monitored in a way that supports long-term sustainability of levies and associated service and infrastructure for the region, on the premise that growth pays for its share of growth. At the same time, it should allow the ability to withstand and be nimble by supporting the ability to forecast future cash flow, infrastructure investment, and costs related to city growth. Levies should be easy to understand and administer. Number 2 is shared cost, shared benefit, shared risk. The offsite levy should reflect equitable sharing among stakeholders of cost, benefit, and risk related to offsite infrastructure. The cost of offsite infrastructure should be allocated to and shared by those who benefit. Risk should equitably be shared between the city and industry to allow long-term sustainability and viability within the region. Number 3, competitive. As a component of the overall cost of development and value for money, the offsite levy should be positioned to deliver infrastructure and services within a competitive and stable environment that helps to attract residential, commercial, and industrial development and investment within the Calgary region. Number 4, collaborative and consultative. The offsite levy process methodology, and calculation should be developed through a collaborative and consultative approach with stakeholders. To achieve shared outcomes, collaboration requires clarity and transparency to allow a common understanding and robust outcomes. Number 5, transparent and accountable. The offsite levy should be clear and transparent with oversight, stewardship, and ongoing monitoring and reporting. And finally, aligned and compliant. The offsite levy should be aligned to the city's growth and funding strategies and be compliant with governing legislation. Next slide, please. I'll turn the time over to Mike to walk us through subdivision phase development.
Good morning, Mayor and members of council.
Yeah, we wanted to provide this slide here as kind of a walkthrough of what the typical timeline for a subdivision, a single phase of subdivision or of development would look like. So we start out with the tentative plan there at the top left corner, work into engineering and construction. That levy payment for the offsite levies comes at our development approval. So that's when we generally receive our development agreement and kind of get all of our permissions to move forward with the next couple steps. So that moves into construction. So all your deep utilities, which is your water, sanitary, storm, is all paid for on site through the developer. And then you move into surface construction, which is your roads, sidewalks, shallow utilities is in there, street lights, again, all paid for through the development. And then you move kind of simultaneously at the same time you're moving through with endorsement, which is the legal portion of your subdivision plan through the city of Chestermere. So it's working with administration to get all the documents ready for land titles. And then you go to registration at land titles, Alberta land titles, and then you have a physical lot that you can sell at that time. So this time frame here usually runs from top to bottom is kind of 18 to 24 months, with the timeline from DA being sometimes 17 to 24 months in there. So it is quite a lengthy process, but we wanted to show kind of where the levies are a leading piece of the development infrastructure. So they are paid fairly early on in the development process. Next slide, please. Just to kind of continue on that kind of same frame there. This is the outline plan for Dawson's Landing and Chelsea here in Chestermere. So just showing that the levies are paid on this entire area, less the environmental reserve. So anything that's being kept in its natural state, you don't pay levies on, but everything else, including MRs, roads, everything is covered in the levy and is payable on that per hectare basis. So the developer looks at paying for, as I mentioned on the previous slide, sanitary, storm, water, roads, shallow utilities, generally within these the whole boundary of this site here. And then the offsite levies is everything that's kind of outside of this boundary. So the leading infrastructure that the town that is beneficial to a greater area. So your big storm trunks, your lift stations, booster stations for water and stuff like that, and then obviously your transportation items as well. So those are kind of the leading ones, and then there is lagging items that kind of come after those major ones that are also included in the offsite levy, and we'll touch on those in a little bit here. Next slide, please. We do, as much as Chestermere has appreciated us coming out here, we do appreciate the working with administration on Chestermere too. It is one of the good places to work in the surrounding area. It is the Chestermere advantage. It has been transparent, and there is a lot of engagement with industry. We meet yearly on the offsite levies, and Mark and Madelaine are great at sharing all the information with us. And we have, there's definitely tough conversations that are had in the room, but it's done in a respectful way. And I think that we, at the end of the day, come to an agreeable solution on the majority of the items that have been brought forward. So that collaborative approach has been immensely helpful, especially in the last couple of years. There has been a change in the last 3-4 years here that administration has been really great to work with. That consistency, we reviewing them every year, it might be a little too much, but it is consistent. In some other municipalities, they're reviewing offsite levies on a 4-year basis, and it's very challenging to have those discussions. And there's a lot of changes, obviously, especially in the last 4 years, having come through COVID here. There has been a lot of changes in terms of infrastructure costs, and then just the growth that we've seen in those 4 years. Yeah, and there's a healthy housing demand out here, so that is definitely an advantage out in Chestermere. It is a great place to work, and the right people are here, and business is good in Chestermere right now. So I will pass it back to Kimber to wrap up, and then we can open up to questions.
Thanks, Mike. Next slide. Okay. So I'd like to give our industry perspective on a few items that are part of our offsite levy discussions with administration. So offsite levies allow municipalities to recover capital costs of certain types of infrastructure, and the timing in relation to the payment of levies is a balance. Both leading infrastructure of water, sanitary, and storm, and lagging infrastructure of roads and community services are important to the development of a community. However, without the leading infrastructure in place for a community to grow, the lagging infrastructure can occur. This need for balance can be difficult to be appreciated by those who don't ever see the pipes in the ground. But we developers look at and consider the appropriate timing of all services. Next, as part of that balancing act, we need to address and finalize a stormwater outfall solution. There are a few options to consider, but without a clear path forward, we are building on borrowed time. A solution would provide industry with clarity and certainty to move forward. Sometimes, the third bullet point there, sometimes referred to as soft levies. The MGA changed in 2017 to provide the inclusion of community services, which include recreation, fire, police, and libraries. Prior to that regulation change, those services were paid for by developers on a voluntary basis. The evolution of this levy is still a work in progress with various municipalities at various stages. But again, there is a balance to prioritizing which services are needed and at what time. MGA Section 648 outlines that a municipality must consult in good faith with stakeholders on the calculation of an offsite levy. The information used in the creation of offsite levies must be current and includes providing the calculations, assumptions, and data used in the models to assess and evaluate the rates. Every municipality has the responsibility to provide professional assessment that supports the offsite levy work. Recent examples of this are Chestermere's update to the utilities and transportation master plans. Administration provided the opportunity for industry to see the reports, meet with the consultants to review the updates. We provided input and feedback, and we worked together to find potential cost savings. The MGA also addresses the requirements for a municipality to provide full and open disclosure of all offsite levy costs and payments through an annual public report. It is our expectation that the expansion of the community services levy would follow the same due diligence and provide current information based upon professional assessment that explores all potential solutions. Through the evolution of offsite levies and the added new MGA regulations, there have been recent examples regarding the appropriate degree of analysis and benefit allocation through challenges that have been brought to the Land and Property Rights Tribunal. As an example, in 2023, developers in Spruce Grove went to the tribunal because of their proposed recreation levy. The need for the facility was never the debate, but a lack of provision for the calculations and methodology were concerning. As a resolution, Spruce Grove and the developers group did reach a confidential agreement in advance of a decision from that tribunal. More recently, ongoing from 2024, is the challenge in the town of Canmore with offsite levies going before the tribunal. The town itself has made a request to directly remove more than $30 million of funds from their bylaw. A decision from the tribunal has not yet been received. Point number 4 on this slide is reinforcing our belief that the current funding mechanisms utilized are unsustainable. We strongly support administration's focus of exploring additional ways to fund infrastructure. As the cost of infrastructure continues to rise, this increasingly should be a priority. There are sometimes difficult discussions we need to have, but we need to be committed to having those conversations in a positive and productive manner. Grants should be a top priority. We commend administration on their great work for the grant submission around Chestermere Boulevard and the benefits that grant would bring to the city. We encourage and support additional opportunities for funding to be sought out. And finally, paying for infrastructure is a challenge regionally and not only a Chestermere problem. Chestermere has a lot of goals, and the development community and the city need to work in tandem to reach those. The balance of developing communities enables the goals of the MDP and the city to have the infrastructure it needs. Municipalities remain attractive to the development community if they are able to be nimble and open to conversations with industry. Competitiveness is the priority that attracts investment in communities and allows for diversity of new residents to be able to call Chestermere home. Next slide, please. Okay, and finally, So amongst all the work that BILD does with our members, there are some key priorities that we are focused on specifically for Chestermere. Firstly, we would like to propose a shift from an annual to a 2-year offsite levy update. As shown through the subdivision development timing, a 2-year offsite levy review cycle would better align with the time frame of levy payment to the beginning of the home building stage, that 17 to 24 average time frame. This would balance the need for the city to ensure offsite levies remain up to date and responsive, while also providing increased certainty of rates and timing to developers and builders. Second, robust funding models are needed that are not singularly based on any one tool. There needs to be a combination approach in looking at things from an overall point of view. Additionally, BILD supports a push for increased exploration of grant funding and other funding mechanisms. We are happy to partner or assist in this work and have seen success in other jurisdictions when industry provides supports for grants to the province. We also prioritize the continuation of appropriate offsite levy project assessments that are current, transparent, and address benefit analysis for both new and existing residents. And lastly, the MDP and subsequent land use bylaw updates set density or intensity of use policies that directly impact affordability and the housing market opportunities. Those policies will affect what can be charged for offsite levy and absorbed by the market. Collaboration between industry and the city is required to achieve the goals and needs of the community. The business of community development and home building is a long and complicated process. Material costs are what they are, and there's little we can do to directly impact positive change for affordability. In our view, the most important area that we can strive to maintain or improve affordability happens through good policy and a focus on reducing barriers to housing. Next slide, please. In conclusion, as BILD, we continue to advocate for and believe that a municipality and the development industry can coexist and work together towards achieving mutually beneficial goals of building sustainable communities that people want to choose to live in. We appreciate for the invitation to provide our point of view, and thank you for your time and consideration. And we're happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, through your worship, to the presenters, and thank you for the informative presentation. It was fantastic. Now, you used the word balance 7 times in your presentation, and that resonated with me because that's something that we hear in the community, that sometimes we don't have that balance when we were talking about rooftops versus infrastructure. I'm not sure, we're the only community that faces that challenge. But I guess what I'm looking for is insights, suggestions as to how is it that we can, maintain that proper balance so that, we don't have a lot of rooftops and not proper roads to go with it.
Thank you for your question. Through the mayor.
I think Kimber's the point on the last slide there would be the biggest one is policy would be the biggest one that can kind of help adjust that a little bit and bring that balance that you're looking for in getting some affordable housing, but also allowing for that levy money to come in as well. Would be one of the biggest ones that I would say, and then having those needs assessments done and understanding what is attributable to existing residents versus new residents as well. It's challenging because I don't think anybody that's an existing resident ever wants to see taxes go up or have to pay for those things, but there is a portion that is attributable, and I think having those third-party assessments done that shows those needs, it's an unbiased opinion on it, would help make the city's case a little bit easier. Would be my thoughts.
And I would also add in BILD's viewpoint that balance is having those tough discussions and realizing that both industry and the city are working towards common goals of building great communities. It does require give and take, and it does require some compromise. But if we can't have those open discussions and dialogue, then we won't be able to reach that balance and meet the goals.
Councillor Schindler.
Through the chair to our presenters, Ms. Higa and Mr. Anderson, I have a question about BILD Calgary and whom they represent in that. Do you represent communities that have a large or a small portion of commercial and industrial tax base versus residential, and by that I mean us in Chestermere, we have a very high residential tax base and a very low everything else tax base, and so we compare ourselves with Cochrane and Beaumont and other communities in the province. But are there other communities that face the same challenges that you guys work in?
Definitely. Thank you for your question through the chair. BILD Calgary region, we do work across the region. The challenges between the balance of the type of development is a challenge. Not only here, but, Cochrane, Okotoks, Airdrie all have the same challenge. Even the city of Calgary has a challenge in attracting new and developing new industrial and commercial. It's a priority across the region. It's something we're well aware of. Our members and developers do build complete communities, which have a strong component of commercial to support those new residents that are moving in. So that challenge is always part of our discussions. It's always part of the focus in not only our engagement on offsite levies, but when we talk about the MDP updates, land use bylaw changes, and whatnot. We do work closely with our partners at NAOP, who are focused heavily on commercial industrial development to work towards solutions. BILD itself does have a specific commercial industrial committee that supports all of our work in terms of making sure we're having those conversations across the region. So not singularly an issue for Chestermere. We recognize the challenge of changing that tax base balance within each municipality.
Follow up with that, Councillor Schindler.
So I recognize that as definitely, we recognize that as definitely a really big challenge. I'm curious, how do we, and I'm taking on to what Councillor Narayan was saying, how do we find balance when we currently don't have a balance to find? So we're trying to get our funding from as many different sources as possible to do our big infrastructure projects and build our rec centers. But I'm having trouble finding ways to build these projects without levies. So I would love to see or hear other options if possible. But what do you have for us? Solve our problems, please.
Thank you for the question through the chair. So, like I mentioned in the last slide, it really is through policy and setting good policy that you can remove some of those barriers. You won't address all of the challenges and barriers, but at least if you're consistently applying solutions and looking for opportunities to encourage, that goes a long way just in terms of attracting business to Chestermere. I might throw it over to my developer colleague to provide his perspective.
Yeah, I think I would touch on just two other points there. The regional competitive piece is very big, obviously. You mentioned a number of municipalities. So keeping the offsite levies and development costs in line with those is going to be is one of the biggest ones, and it is close with the offsite levies that we do have out here. So I think the framework is starting to be there with some of the policy that is in place now, and the conversations that we have through the MDP process that's under review process that is underway right now. And then I think that would be the biggest piece is and then sorry, industry working with administration. We've had those conversations about grant funding. It's happening in all municipalities around here. We are here. We're a partner, so we are working with administration to see what options there are. Because that directly right there, if you can get a $2 million grant from the province or from the federal government, that immediately comes off the levies there. So it makes it more competitive and helps that story, right? So I would say that those are kind of the two biggest ones from a development perspective that would that definitely help the.
Councillor Schindler.
Sorry, a quick follow-up for administration, through the chair to administration. Is there flexibility in our offsite levies to reduce, say, or give credit for offsite levies based on developers providing us with things that we need? For example, we want a rec center, and so we're going to give them a deal if they're helping us build it on their community or their community rec levy.
Through the chair to council. My best answer, maybe Kay, if you can feel free to jump in if I miss anything, but there are opportunities for developers to front end offsite levy projects, and they would then be credited for that. So they would not have to pay their portion of the offsite levies if they contribute to the construction of that infrastructure.
Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Sorry, I just want
to
finish on that point to Madeleine's and build off of it. So that is correct. They can front end specific types of development, which just means from a city's funding model point of view, the city doesn't have to balance that with other initiatives. If there is a situation where there's only so much land for that developer to do that, so a good example of that is the water line we have going across the lake, that is too large of a project to be recovered specifically only via credits, and in that it transitions to an endeavor to assist, which means that other future development, other developers that come in that benefit from that infrastructure, then actually have to, the city helps facilitate a payment to that person or to that developer that put that infrastructure in place to begin with. So it's kind of there's two options there depending on how much developable land, and there always needs to be, to Kimber's point previously, a balance with that because it has to make a business sense. Like we would have to go to that developer, they would have to come to us, and we have to figure out what that proper balance is so that it makes sense from their business point of view and makes sense for the city as well.
Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you and Mr. Edney. Thank you. Good morning. I have two questions, I think, right now. The first one that I'm wondering about, you may have seen that the province has released their budget for this year with some projections for the next few years, and there's some cuts to the grants that will be available for infrastructure through a few different streams. I'm wondering what kind of advocacy BILD is doing at the provincial level to assist with some of these other revenue streams available to municipalities.
I have the exact same question.
Okay. Thank you for your question, and through the chair. So there are other BILD local organizations spread throughout the province. BILD Alberta doesn't advocate for any one specific area. Overall, they would advocate for the importance of grant funding, the rising infrastructure costs, the challenge of balancing those needs across the province. Specifically, locally, we are advocating for our municipal partners when we are able to. In Airdrie, we have been active and we're part of the 40th Ave interchange, as well as some of our members were part of the Cochrane interchange discussions as well. Sometimes it's providing that economic view of if you provide funding and support to this specific infrastructure piece, it will open up this kind of economic activity. And that's kind of how we balance the needs across the region. We aren't prioritizing any one municipality over the other, but any opportunity we have and our members have to be partners in that advocacy is something that we welcome.
Absolutely. I agree with that, and I'll be following along to see your advocacy work. because I think that's a role that BILD could take on, and it's certainly help that municipalities need at a provincial level right now to communicate why that is so important. The other question I have, it's a little bit broader, but I'm curious about the tribunal scenario and what kinds of situations would trigger or have triggered a tribunal review? How does that work?
So the two recent ones I mentioned, those were all based on a lack of transparency between the development industry and the municipality. And BILD never works, we always work towards coming to a resolution before items come to council. It's not anything we ever want to come with a differing opinion approach at council in terms of offsite levies. When you can't reach that compromise or can't reach that understanding, that is when there's challenges brought to the tribunal. They don't happen very often because, like I said, industry's desire is not to have contentious issues on the floor of council. Both of those cases tended to be when they didn't feel their input was heard or incorporated into the final result that was brought forward. And I'm not closely following or involved in either of those cases, but for what I understand with the town of Canmore, that it's actually a bigger picture item of them needing to realign what the project costs are. You can't ever charge an offsite levies for more than what a project costs, and developers can't pay for more than their individual benefiting share. So it is a complicated process. We work closely with administration to review like what productivity, what kind of activity developers are expecting, balancing that with the project lists and the timing of all those projects. Unfortunately, there are cases where it hasn't been open and transparent, and that's when challenges are raised.
Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through our chair, our administration, and to our presenters. Just to follow up, and I don't know if there's an answer to this question, follow up to Councillor Narayan and Councillor Schinder's queries about finding that balance. And, you know, Councillor Narayan said it best. You said it 7 times in your presentation and probably thereafter. It seems as though this is quite a qualitative kind of evaluation where two parties sit down at the table and evaluate what that looks like. I think what we'd like to see, or certainly I as a member of council would like to understand, is are there any quantitative, measurable things that we can look at to evaluate whether our levies are acceptable or not? You did say that we can compare it to our peers, but we are different from our peers. Councillor Schindler mentioned that our residential versus non-residential tax base is not balanced compared to some of our peers. You can look at Cochrane, you can look at some of those comparables, and they aren't the same. Yeah. Yet housing starts are still at an all-time high in this region, telling me that the market is functioning very well with offsite levies in place and profitability available to the developers and the builders. So we understand there's also other market factors that draw people to the region that fluctuates from year to year or day by day. So my question is, other than comparing but to our peers, is there something quantitative, not qualitative, sitting down and says, well, I want this, I want that, both sides sitting down at the table, and the best negotiator wins? How can we measure this such that we do have those expectations beyond policy to come out with all the needs being met?
Thank you for the thank you for the question, Councillor Worzanowski. My recommendation on that, and where I kind of see the quantitative side of it, is really, as Kimber highlighted, our master plans. And when we go through that and have a third party complete individual look and assess and provide professional reports that they would stand behind to their body. So whether that's an engineer looking at our transportation master plan, or that is a recreational studies professional who is saying, irrelevant of what's happening in Okotoks or Cochrane, but what is happening here and what is our economic outlook and what are the demands of Chestermere. They provide us with documentation and reports that we can then look at as a completely unbiased approach to it, because CGI is going to look at it and say, okay, based on these factors, we come to this, and BILD's going to look at it and say, in order to create a complete community, we're going to look at it from this, and it's not completed by a member of the city of Chestermere. It's not completed by BILD. It's completed by someone else, like our fire facilities master city, that then we can talk about something without there being a prejudice that, well, the city wrote it and they just want a giant interchange. And now we're going to expect BILD to support us in that. I think that's where you're going to find that quantitative information, and it's going to be very unique depending on what that offsite levy is. When I say offsite levy, I mean that bucket, right? So our transportation master plan is done by EXP. Our utilities master plan is done by SEMA Plus. None of those folks work at the city. None of those folks work at BILD. And we can look at those completely independently to anything else and figure out what the city needs when. And that's where you're going to see that. So it's really to support the offsite levies and to support reasonableness and what we need here. It's that backup that we can then communicate and work with BILD on to set those offsite levy rates and create a really wonderful place to live.
Councillor Ryan. Oh, it's all right. Ms. Armitage.
I will add to this to the mayor and all of council, through the mayor and all of council. Gonna get it one day. I will add that one of the key points of this, though, is that when that report comes in, there's a constructive dialogue around it. Just because it's been written doesn't mean, oh, this is it. Where there is a controversy or questions, we work through that. That report gets questioned by all parties, both administration and BILD. So I think it's important to know that just because a third party writes it, as they should, it's not taken as gospel. We sit back, we look at it, we all evaluate it based on our needs. We have an example of one right now where there's a lot of questions around it, and if what's being proposed is actually what is truly needed for the city. That dialogue is still occurring and will continue to occur. That question is coming from all sides as well. So that's my first point I wanted to make. My second point is that while BILD is here today, through our approval process, we always have a public hearing. And the reason for that is that not every developer is a member of BILD. We cannot mandate that that membership be there. I will say almost all of our municipality is a membership in BILD. But we do want to make sure that everybody has that opportunity to review materials, be part of the process. And so that's why we do a public hearing for that process as well.
Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to the presenters. And actually, my question has something to do with memberships, because I understand that you advocate for builders and developers. And to your knowledge, do you know if some of the developers that you represent are smaller developers? And I'll put some context around it. Maybe folks that are trying to develop the lands themselves, which could be a bit of an afterthought, where everything else has been developed and now they're trying to develop.
Thank you for your question through the chair. We don't restrict membership. Anybody who wants to responsibly develop and build in the Calgary region is welcome to become a member. When they do pay a membership, it does include that advocacy at the provincial and national levels. So it's not entirely up to us as to who joins us. We do meet regularly with those that aren't. Through some of our engagements, we include those who aren't. We're not closed off to having and making sure that they're aware of and part of those discussions. I would say a large portion of our membership is the medium or larger size developers, just because they're more aware of what we're doing and how we're doing it. There's a lot of small local individual builders or developers that aren't part of the membership, but we are always actively open to conversations with them becoming part of it. And we always encourage our membership when we're reviewing documents or partaking in a conversation, that they responsibly can reach outside of our specific committees to make sure everybody is informed and has the opportunity to have a voice.
Sorry, I will add to that too. As part of the offsite levy review that we do with the city of Chestermere, I believe every developer is represented in that. So whether they're a member of BILD, that's not a BILD related. BILD is involved in it, but it's not directly led by BILD. So every developer, for the most part that I can think of in Chestermere, is involved in that offsite levy talk on a yearly basis.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to the administration, our presenters. Thank you for the presentation today. It was fantastic. I'm going to ask a question. To my understanding, it has a hot button topic to it, and that's around library levies. So I understand that many municipalities are looking at library levies. And my question isn't necessarily about library levies. It's about, would the development community, and maybe this, I don't even know if this is an option. I guess my question is there an option besides adding a library offsite levy that, you know, in the past developers used to voluntarily assist in projects? So would that be an option in BILD's mind to help assist in building a new library instead of us adding an offsite levy to do it ourselves or to do it together? And I know that's a tough one.
I'll attempt to answer the question. So through the chair, that is always a possibility. If a specific developer wants to spearhead or pay a portion, put their name on the building, anything like that, there are those types of sponsorships that do occur. BILD is not usually or ever involved in those. Those are private discussions between a specific developer and the city. But there's nothing that restricts from that occurring. Maybe if you want to.
Yeah, I think to Kimber's point, yeah, the sponsorship is definitely an option out there. And then I think just touching on what Kate was mentioning there, with this being a relatively new thing, being able to charge soft levies being 2017, and as I mentioned, a lot of municipalities only do their offsite levy review every 4 years. So really, we're only in the second round of this. One of those being a COVID round, which was a bit unique. It's having that third-party review done. I don't think we've really, nobody's really dialed in exactly what that third-party review looks like and the needs assessment. So it's not that development industry is against it. It's just getting the right report done. And we have that for the technical stuff. We have the TMP, the UMP. Those have been around for years and years and years. But you don't have those for the soft levies yet. So it's understanding what is our contributing percentage on that is what most of the discussions in the surrounding areas that I've been involved in have centered around.
And sorry, just to add to his Mike's response, I would also say that in that needs assessment, like we're not opposed to those community services. They're important to building community and making a whole, complete community. The questions we still have are what is the appropriate method to deliver that, whether it's brick and mortar or if there's other programming that can help adapt and modify some of those expectations. Those needs all need to be explored to make sure we're answering the question in the right way with the right infrastructure.
Perfect, thank you. I just wanted to preface that with, you know, I don't think Chestermere would have any problem providing that analysis, and I do think that the overwhelming need will be shown if we did it. Our library is bursting at its seams, so I'm just trying to find a solution that benefits everybody instead of a long-term we're all paying solution. And that's kind of what I was aiming at.
Great. Oh, sorry, Ms. Armitage.
Through the mayor to all of council. Good job. I think that this is a perfect example of one where we do have a report on the library. Mm-hmm. The inputs into that report are what are being questioned. I don't think that the report, or let me rephrase that. I think the report does say we need something. But is what the report is proposing a need? And I think that's the fundamental question that is being asked right now. Mm-hmm. And where there's a lot of discussion around that and a lot of comments from BILD and administration as well that is being worked through.
Okay. Thank you. I have a few. But you're off the hook on the first one. My first question is to administration. So through CEO to administration. BILD in this presentation talks about the idea of instead of an annual review, every 2-year review. And I was just wondering if we could have some feedback from administration, just at a high level. We know that we're going to be taking a further in-depth look at our OSL bylaw moving forward, but just from a high level, perhaps some thoughts from administration on every 2 years as opposed to annual.
I feel like this, through the chair to council, this answer was given previously, but it is a possibility. I think that there always is a possibility, and we're very open to adapting to what would be more efficient and effective. I think just from my own experience and working through the offsite levies the last 3 years, something we would still visit annually is these growth projections. I think that's really important because that changes on an annual basis. But it's definitely possible for us to revisit and to look at what other municipalities are doing, if there's a benefit to holding off on doing it every 2 years or every 1 year. I don't think that it's black and white and saying we have to do it on an annual basis.
Would it be possible, as part of the work that we're doing in preparation for review of our OSL bylaw, just to look at the advantages and disadvantages of going annual as opposed to every 2 years? That's something that could come back, obviously not at this second, but is that something that could be part of that discussion?
I'm going to answer this one. Not for this year.
Okay.
Where would need to be changes actually in our policy.
Okay.
And our bylaw reflects the rates. So
Right.
we are having conversations based on a few other comments that have come from council and previous about looking at our offsite levy policy and what could be changed there, and how another Chestermereism would probably be the right way to do it, is we also require developers to secure their offsite levy payments. So although we accept payments over 3 years as a 30-30-40 split to kind of work with that longer timeline, we require them to secure it. So that's a big payment and a big cumbersome process, but it's out in our policy. So to change that expectation on our developers in the community, we would need to change our policy, and this is one of those aspects as well. So as a result of the bylaw that's going to be coming forward in April, our intention is to look at the policy after that and see what changes we can make that benefit administration, benefit the city, as well as benefit the development community. So not right now, but it's coming.
Yeah, no, I think that's more what I was getting at too. There's no way we could do it. There's not a chance.
I'm glad you both know that.
Yeah. No, that I certainly would not have that extra. I was like, oh my gosh. No, it'd be more of, as we're having that discussion, I was just wondering, recognizing that it probably couldn't happen if we were to make that change until 2026. As part of that conversation that we know is still coming, could administration look at advantages and disadvantages of the 1 year to 2 year, knowing that there's not a chance it's happening this year?
100%. We'll take it.
Awesome. Thank you. Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a question more to the presenters and administration. It's building off of your last question of this 1 to 2 year thing. So if I'm understanding offsite levies properly, we're charging them, for no better word, essentially to pay for the future infrastructure, or the infrastructure that's already been built to service the new community. So I can see a benefit internally to us to reviewing them less often and less work, but what's the benefit to the developer to reviewing it every 2 years versus every 1? Because my view is it's sort of like tax increases. We can have no tax increases for a bunch of time, and then we have a 20% tax increase. I'm not in any way suggesting council is going to do that, but like at some point it catches up to what the actual costs are. So wouldn't it be more efficient to do it every year, and as you're growing as rapidly as we are and as costs are increasing, to better reflect and it not have a big jump every couple of years and have it more gradual? Or am I missing kind of the concept?
Just before you answer that too, can I tack onto that? Is it also influenced a little bit because we see such rapid growth? So I wonder if our growth wasn't as rapid, if the 2 year would be different as opposed to, right? Because we're just so fast right now.
Thank you for your questions, and through the chair. So I would agree with Madelaine. Those growth projections, because of the growth being seen, it is important to look at those and update those annually. However, having the 2 year spread also lessens the strain on resources that we need to be focused on development approvals. And also, like I said, just when the DA is signed and levies are paid, it matches that time frame to when homes actually start being built, which allows developers certainty on this is the price locked in for 2 years. So we know downstream at the end of the process, we can sell a lot for this much with these rates applied. And I'll give
Mr.
Mike a
Edney?
chance to counter.
I think I have a follow-up question to that. Thank you, Your Worship. And sorry, I'm asking questions I'm hoping council's interested in as well. Maybe I'm missing something there. So if our developer, I'm looking at administration, developer comes in today, they sign their development agreement, we say you owe us $300,000 in offsite levies. Does that change next year if we do an offsite levy review? Is that what the issue is? Or are they locked into that number at the time they start?
Yes. So based on our current policy, this is another aspect that we need to look at. Currently, our policy allows developers to pay at a 30-40 percentage over 3 years. The date of signing is the day, and the rates under the bylaw that are in existence at the time of signing are the rates that are paid on the first year for that first 30%. The second year, when the rates change as per the bylaw, that next 30% will be at that year's rates. So if they sign a development agreement in 2025, they pay 2025 rates for 30%. The next 30% would be 2026 rates, and the third installment at 40% would be 2027 rates, as per our policy.
Okay, thank you. That makes it very clear to me why this is an issue then for the developers. Because I was under the impression that I sign up today, I know what my rate is, I pay a 30, 40, but if it's changing through the life of the development and changing significantly, it could be impacting your economic outlook by the time people are actually starting to live in those houses. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speaking about the offsite levies and the timing of them, I am very sympathetic to the business and reliability of cash flow and all the metrics that are needed to make a business operate. And my question would it be better for the developers and the city if the offsite levy rate wasn't necessarily tied to a year review, but tied to a phasing review? So say you as you bring on new phases, because we all know that when you do greenfield development, there's multiple phases to it, right? So through that timeline, I don't even believe the 2-year timeline will line up in a greenfield development that you're doing for 10 years, right? So my question is there a better way to align that changes so that as you are putting a phase in, you know what your costs are, and we know what the costs are. And then as a new phase comes, you know what your costs are, and we know what the costs are.
Yeah, I would say that it would be, through the chair, it would be challenging to do that just given the pace of growth in Chestermere and the number of developers. That would be the challenge with that. I think the year method works, or every other year method works, because you can set that date. And we work towards that. So we're currently right now working with administration to get development agreements for this year locked in at rates. The phasing perspective would be different because every developer moves at a different pace, and phases are all different sizes. Like Anthem and Qualico have bigger phases than Douglas might or Polyco might. It would be challenging. I don't think administration would like us very much if we push that. Sorry.
Yeah, I would say, while it would be challenging for industry, it would also be administratively challenging to track all of that and keep it consistent and accurate.
So I'm going to caveat my next question with, you mentioned a few times that you welcome difficult conversations. So as we all know, the provincial budget dropped last Thursday. Deputy Mayor Sambo alluded to this a little bit with some of the funding streams being cut. Thank you for your acknowledgement and thanking us in the work that council did with administration on application for Chestermere Boulevard. That's one of the grants that has been cut, right? So the funding for that one will be handed out this year. It was $60 million over 3 years, so that means only $20 million is going to the entire province. And the province admitted that they had $196 million in applications. $196 million in applications. They're only funding $20 million. They have now cut the other 40 million. You mentioned a couple times in your presentation the encouragement for municipalities to go after grants. This municipality, I believe, has demonstrated is more than happy to go after any funding source that we can possibly get. I guess the question becomes, with regards to that and your encouragement within that, what does the specific advocacy look like from BILD to the provincial government? Because this is going to hit all of us, right? So while the province is celebrating a certain tax cut, there's also a tax increase on the education tax. Likewise, there are cuts within major infrastructure grants, such as CFEP, such as SIP, such as the one that we mentioned from Municipal Affairs. So my question really is, how can municipalities and BILD work together? Because we're all headed up to Edmonton. And trust me, these conversations are coming this week, and I cannot wait to get into the room with certain individuals and ask some questions. How can BILD and municipalities work together in advocacy for the province? Because at the end of the day, these costs are going to trickle down to our residents. And I do believe that this is a concern that we have, and I'm wondering if there's a partnership that can be found on that. Again, you said you welcome difficult conversations.
Thank you for the question. I will attempt to answer it as best I can. I think from our perspective, we understand the province's position. They have a lot of high demands in a high need time, and it's difficult to balance those. Where we try to see some of that advocacy work is, specifically, I can only speak to the work we do within the region. The Calgary region has seen accelerated growth in comparison to other areas in Alberta. So in our mind's eye, there should be a priority on some of the grants required to keep up with that economic growth because it is so accelerated over and above. Where we've seen positive response is through partnering to demonstrate the economic benefit to the province with that infrastructure being available, and then additional investment and building activity can occur in our specific areas or municipalities. Mike, if there's anything.
The only thing I'll add to that is the success that we've had in advocating in other municipalities is going with a specific ask on certain things. So I think it would be best for industry and administration and council to kind of align on exactly what those asks are and going with specific asks instead of going and asking for $5 million. We've had better luck with going with, this is the project, this is the reason why, this is the economic benefit of this project, and then pushing it that way has led to better success across what we've seen. That's what I think. And I don't think those conversations have been had the last couple of years with turnover that's happened at council and the growth that realistically the biggest growth has been the last couple of years in Chestermere, right? So I think that those conversations, we've got the right people now to have those conversations and form that kind of list of 3 or 4 items that are, these are the ones that we need to go after and push for.
So to really drill down on that, as we've applied for the grant for Chestermere Boulevard, one of the things that we could do in the future is on a specific project like that, seek out to BILD for a letter of support, for example, that's a specific ask that because we've gone after some others as well. But as we're going after those, that's your encouragement is to let us know as the BILD community, what are some of those specific asks you're going for, and to go after the letters of support from the community.
100%. And I would say that it's not only provincial funding we've partnered on, it's also asking for federal funding as well, that we've been collaborating with municipalities for.
Which is a whole other conversation we could have.
It is an entirely different conversation.
With a ministerial order that just came into effect.
Yes.
Yeah.
So since we have such fortuitous timing of our council and mayor heading up to Edmonton with our CAO, one of the perfect conversations I would love to have happen is Highway 791 and Highway 1 interchange that has been proposed from the provincial government. That is a provincial interchange onto a provincial highway. So it's and I feel like we would have strong BILD support, as well as support from their city as well, that it's a tricky conversation about why our offsite levy should pay 25% of this. But it is a perfect example of a project that's being accelerated from Alberta Transportation and economic corridors, where that's going to have very big impacts on our city, but there is a very strong support from BILD, as well as from administration, as well as hopefully from council as well, that should have provincial funding on it, because there is provincial benefit most sustainably for us. So if you want to have that conversation, I'd very much appreciate it.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, Councillor Grant.
Sorry, I just caught that there. We are being asked to pay for 25% of that interchange?
In our current TMP, that is the breakdown of what would be attributed to an offsite levy for 25% of that. But traditionally, in Alberta Transportation Economic Corridors, the interchanges are funded through development from the either county or municipality. So the interchange that's being planned at Garden Road and Conrich Road 284, that eventual one where those roads will be realigned. The intention that we understand currently from Alberta Transportation Economic Corridors is that that would be funded through offsite levies and the development. It's not funded from provincial funds.
I just find that odd since it's not even in our municipal boundary. So, no, it's not.
But Garden Road is. So that's why it's on the OSL.
Sorry.
To a certain.
Councillor Wozniacki, Mike. Sorry, buddy. Thanks.
Yes. Heard and understood.
What I would say with that is, with that timing, if it's okay with our CAO, I think council would appreciate an email update from that specific what you're just talking about. I would love to be able to go to Edmonton with that piece of information in the back pocket, so to speak, as I'm having some conversations. So through our CAO, if that's possible, that'd be great. Ms. Armitage,
Through the
promoting
mayor
to
to all
CAO.
of council, I would suggest there are 2 interchanges that need that conversation. It's not just one that affects our municipality.
Yeah, if we could have
We'll
that.
get both of them identified and send you guys an email today.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's been such a quick turnaround and lots going on. So if we could have that before we go up, I think all of council would appreciate the opportunity, as we have a few opportunities to be in Edmonton over the next couple of weeks, with all of our council this week, and then a few members of our council next week. So would very much appreciate those updates. That'd be very helpful. Thank you. That's all I have. Council, any other questions, comments? Councillor Schindler.
I just had a quick one about stormwater through the chair to administration. I see one of the OSL one of the changes on the OSL and Chestermere challenges slide was stormwater outfall requirements. We are working on that, I believe, with a new stormwater pond in the south. Is that still going? We can be happy.
Yes, that's a great question, Councillor Schindler. We are currently undertaking the engineering design for this stormwater outfall, or the reservoir, sorry. We don't have an outfall solution.
Okay.
So we're currently in the space where we have 3 options for our outfall. We can either potentially discharge into the WID canal with proper treatment to reach their levels. We can rejoin the CSMI conglomerate, which we have been successful in getting funding for grant funding for $200 to investigate that rejoin and what that looks like for the city.
200,000.
What did I say?
200.
Oh.
1 hour.
Yeah, it was
1 hour of time.
$200. Yep, $200. No, 200,000.
My apologies. We were successful in getting $200,000 of funding, and we are actually meeting on that this afternoon to kick that work off. Our third option is to build a pipeline to the Bow River for discharge there, and so we have 3 options. We have not determined which outfall option we are going with. So I think that is what the conversation to build is. That is having that solution is a few years out. So we are doing the preliminary work right now, but the ultimate understanding for our development community is still unknown.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Schindler, thank you for catching that. I would agree that to build a point on that, our administration and council is very aware of this need to have this solution found, and council is aware that there is a lot of work that is going on in the background right now from our administration, including ongoing conversations with WID on finding different solutions when it comes to this. And so administration, from everything I understand, this is one of the top priorities that administration is working on right now. Councilor Wozzanowski, I saw a hand flash. You're good? Okay. Any other final comments, questions from council? Great, thank you. With that, I'd like to call for a vote to accept for information. That's what I meant. I definitely meant motion. I said vote. But yeah. If I could have a councillor make the following motion so we can vote on it. Councillor Schindler?
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the presentation regarding the implications of off-site levies on the development community in Chestermere for information.
Great, thank you. Final comments, questions? Just again, thank you for the presentation.
Yes,
very
thank
much
you.
Appreciate it. And I also wanted to acknowledge your thanking to our administration. That does not go unnoticed, and thank you for that. It's great to hear that there's been a very good working relationship that's going on, and so I just want to say just thank you for thanking our administration. With that, we'll call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. With that, we'll take a break and come back at 10:30. Thanks, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our break here and moving on to item 8.1, which is our school sites update. Looking to Ms. Armitage.
I don't really have an update today.
Well, I believe we finalized the signing of the paperwork this week. I was handed the finalization of the paperwork to get the land titles all finalized this week. And so is that, Mr. Edney, do you want to speak a little bit more to that since you're the one who brought the form down to my office to sign?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think you captured it all in your statement. Yeah, we received the final paperwork through land titles for that high school site. As far as I understand, we've met our obligations on Monday with the developer. So as far as I understand, that should be in Rocky View's school district's hands.
And sorry, just to clarify, this is for the new high school site.
For the new high school
So
site.
now we've been able to turn the land over to Rocky View Schools, which in the process is a major step forward for them to be able to do the advocacy to the province for the funding for the new high school. Perfect. Great. Thank you. Comments, questions with regards to that? Motion then to accept for information. Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the school site update for information.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Recreation update. First of all, looking to our Recreation Committee, to our chair, Councillor Grant. Any updates from yourself?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yes, there has been a lot of activity for sure. We are meeting quite regularly, and you know we feel the urgency, and we really want to get things going. So we're pushing this along quite quickly. I think we've identified the amenities that are desired, and those amenities will be coming to council for. The committee will be giving our recommendation to council for those amenities. So with that, we've gone through test fit scenarios on the land, and we're also waiting for some cost analysis that we should be seeing shortly to see how much bigger our eyes are than our stomach. So that's kind of where we are with that. It's going well. We do sense the urgency. We are trying to get this done. We do want to get this project rolling. You know, I'm not a big fan of waiting. I'm a big fan of getting results and getting things done. So we're pushing this along as quickly as we can. Our other subcommittee, the CRRC subcommittee, which is looking at the Chestermere Recreation Center. We've had lots of great conversations there, and we've read the temperature of the committee, and the committee is largely in support of our endeavors and our negotiations with Rocky View, and we will be bringing a motion forward from that committee as well to support administration's work in that task. Another item might be that we are looking at, similar how we did with winter, outdoor winter activities that are more of a spontaneous nature, unorganized recreation, some might say. So the city is exploring, and the committee is exploring what those opportunities are and how we can support and drive more people out to engage in recreation on all levels. So with that, we'll be focusing on the summer shortly to try and hopefully we can get one or two things done this summer. That's my hope. But with everything, it'll be a work in progress, and I hope that committee will keep building on that work every year.
Great, thank you. With that, also under our recreation, as we are all aware, our administration is in ongoing conversations with Rocky View administration when it comes to recreation, specifically with the CRRC site. I do believe that we have an update that has just recently come in from that work from administration, but this is an update that would need to be provided to council as it's going to inform some work moving forward. But at this time, it would be inappropriate for that conversation to be happening in the public. And so, Mr. Edney, I believe that you were looking for us to have a motion to have an update from yourself in camera with regards to this. Is that correct?
Yes, through your worship, that's correct. I'd ask council to call a closed session at this point if you deem fit for this update.
Great, thank you. Can I have the motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee move into closed session at 10:42 a.m. to discuss the following. Rocky View County FOIP Section 21 disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. Councillor Schindler. Great, thank you. And that's carried.
presentation from off some interesting grants that were of interest to me as a counselor in Chestermere related to recreation and upgrades and that kind of stuff. So that's something for us to look into. I've also been recommended to AB Munis to be an alternate rep for the Alberta Water Council, which is something that's exciting to me because I care quite a lot about water in Alberta. And there is a new AB Munis 2024 Urban Municipal Water Conservation Efficiency and Productivity Plan. So this is a guidebook, essentially, with targets and actions for urban municipalities, talking about water consumption. So urban municipalities did a good job, and we met the last requirements in 2021. And so this is an update with further reductions recommended to help with the sustainability of water in Alberta. And so that is a very exciting development on that end as well.
Great, thank you. Councillor Grant had already given an updation. Wow, I just mixed up the words update and recreation at the same time. That was fun. Has already given us an update with regards to recreation, but for any of the other committees that you were sitting on, Councillor Grant, is there an update you would like to provide?
Sure, I'd be happy to give an update on the Seniors Advisory Committee. We met, I think it was a few weeks ago now, and again, we reviewed a lot of the past documentation that was so graciously provided to us from that committee's previous work. And that committee, our new committee, has identified topics or services that are important to seniors and the community as a whole. And we are going to focus on those topics and discuss them a little bit more and provide some recommendations to council on how to improve life for seniors and the broader community of Chestermere coming shortly.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Randhawa, I know that you sit on the same committee and some others as well. Any updates from you with regards to committees?
No, Worship, everything is covered. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Narayan, I believe you're coming with some ideas and thoughts and questions today for administration with regards to committees that you're on.
Thank you, Your Worship. And yes, it's correct. And this is with respect to the Police Communications Committee. And as I even say the name Police Communications Committee, the name itself is going to be or has been changed. So just a bit of a background. The Government of Alberta did come with rules with respect to municipalities having set up police committees. Now, of course, we are quite proactive, so we've had one for some time. However, the terms of reference and the objectives around the committee has slightly changed, including the name, in order to reflect what the province wants municipalities to do. So what the committee is going through is a little bit of adjustment as to how to work within those guidelines, the new guidelines, and which also involves the number of members on that particular committee. So I do have a few questions around that, and also a few other questions were put together during the last committee meeting, which was, I believe, on February 27th, that they have asked me to present to administration for some answers. Any answers that you have today, I'll take back, and if you need more time to look into some of the other ones, that's fine as well. So with your indulgence, the first question I have is with respect to the CCTV equipment that was supposedly, in the budget, maybe purchased and was supposed to be put around the city. So the question specifically is, what is the status of the CCTV cameras, and whether they were purchased, and where are they supposed to go?
All right. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Narayan and the rest of council. So for the CCTV project, you're right, that was a 2025 budget item. It's underway. All the parts have been ordered. We're still awaiting on delivery for those parts. The locations where they're planned to be installed are at City Hall, the Public Works Building, the Fire Hall, Anniversary Park, John Peak Gazebo, the boat launch area, and then I've got the new CSS building. I'd have to ask if that's the one down the street that Mac is meaning, or if this is over where environmental services sit. I don't think so, but I'll get some clarity on what the CSS building is.
Okay, that's very good. Thank you. And again, through the chair, there's a question with respect to fireworks, and specifically it reads, fireworks are set off during ethnic festivities that bring out a lot of toxicity in the community, and what is the city doing to address this?
And through the chair to Councillor Ryan. So this has been a conversation that we're having internally, essentially since the fall when I've been in this position. I live over in Kinniburg, so I saw some of this firsthand. I think what you're describing around fireworks being set off due to Diwali and some of the complaints that we received. One of the challenges that our CPOs have been facing through this is the way any of our enforcement is written. They were showing up and nobody's taking responsibility for setting the fireworks off. And of course, by the time they've set them off and the CPO can get over there, nobody's sitting there holding a bunch of empty fireworks. So there's a challenge that they have with the enforcement side of stuff. So we've been taking more of an approach on the education perspective of understanding residents why this isn't a good practice or why it's unsafe. One of the challenges at the time that came up too was there were a lot of well-meaning citizens who apply for fireworks permits and are denied. So if I talk to the fire department, obviously fireworks are dangerous. They're a big thing. One of our requirements for a fireworks permit is to have some certification or background in it. So a lot of residents, I think, were meaning well, thinking they could get a fireworks permit and shoot fireworks off in their backyard or on the front street. Of course, fire department said, no, you're not a professional organization. We can't support this. So then people went and did it anyway. So it's kind of this challenge that we're working to try to find a way to address it. One of the suggestions, I think it was brought up at budget time that I've asked the events team to look into was similar to Canada Day. And I know this opens up a lot of different questions of what should the city be doing, what should the city be celebrating, but could the city organize something on behalf of the community for these cultural events? Perhaps it's, all these people that want to set fireworks off, could we find a way to facilitate them doing that that's in a safe, respectful manner? So it's a long answer. I think we're aware of it. We're trying to do something, but it's a complicated issue.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Adney. And again, through the chair, another question has been raised with respect to proper signage around dog parks. It should be almost common sense, but nevertheless, the signs asking people to pick up after the pets. Yeah.
So again, through the chair to Councillor Ryan, I'll take this back to the parks team and see what we can do as far as putting some more signs and stuff in. Since there may be public listening, please pick up after your pets. As you mentioned, this should be common sense, but if we need to put some more signs up, we'll look at putting some more signs up.
Thank you, Mr. Adney. And again, through the chair. So some of you may or may not be aware of the capture program that the committee in conjunction with the RCMP has. Now, the capture program is essentially people that do have CCTV or door cameras signing up and indicating that, hey, you know what, they do have some form of surveillance. And if and when there's a crime that has been committed in the neighborhood, the police, rather than knocking on all the doors, they'll know specifically which homes have the cameras, and they can go and knock specifically on those doors, requesting the occupants to provide the clip. What this does is it prevents wastage of time, because a lot of times when these types of crimes happen, as an example, kidnapping at times becomes of an essence. This is also, there's a lot of misconception as to what the program is. community members, occupants, they're not letting RCMP access to their cameras or the systems. No, this is specifically, residents saying that we do have dual belt camera, and if the RCMP comes and asks, we can then decide whether we want to share that particular clip. The members won't even have access to the cameras or any of the equipment. This is a great program. It has been well utilized in a number of other communities, and it's it helps prevent crime. It has some deterrence factor, but it's very useful in investigating crime. So the request is, again through the chair, if the communications department can push this on city's social media and encourage people to sign up, please.
Yeah, again, through the chair to Councillor Narayan, I brought this up with our Director of Corporate Services, and the response was that they'll facilitate a campaign, likely hoping the first post can come out later this week, and then just follow up with some regular posts to kind of remind people of the program, explain a little bit what it was. Hopefully, if they're listening, again, address that concern that you brought up, Councillor Narayan. We heard that from Staff Sergeant Clausen in her presentation too, that people believe now the RCMP has access to their camera, and it isn't. It's only on request and only with what you provide. So they'll work on that imminently here for you.
Thank you, Mr. Adney. My next question is with respect to one of our bylaws. It's bylaw 026-24, and it's the committee bylaw, where it specifies in section 11.2 that the chair shall hold office for a term of 1 year from the date of appointment. And there's been some ambiguity maybe in the language, and the question here is, can the chair then continue to hold office if that person is re-elected by the committee?
Yeah, again, through the chair to Councillor Ryan, I'd have to go look at the exact details to see how our wording is, but my experience, generally, yes. The answer is yes, if the committee re-elects that person to hold that chair. I don't believe there's a limit on number of terms or how long anyone can go. So my comment would be yes, if the committee votes the same chair to be the chair, they're entitled to then, and then it's another 1 year term at that point.
Okay, thank you. And on the same bylaw 026-24, section 12.1 states that for each committee, the CEO may appoint an employee of the city to be an administrative liaison for the committee. Is it the intention of the CEO to make this appointment, or?
Again, through the chair to Councillor Ryan, so to all councillors, I guess, for all of your different committees. So the wording is may, so if you would like somebody, absolutely, let me know. I'm assuming this is a request for somebody, so if that's the case, I'll find somebody to be that liaison and appoint to you. Generally, my approach will be, unless you request or feel the need for it, won't appoint somebody, but if the committee thinks there's value to having that administrative liaison, absolutely, I can find somebody to fill that seat. So,
okay. Thank you, Mr. Adney. And again, through the chair, there's been a request if the city can provide a calendar with all the events they're planning to host in 2025, so that the police committee can also be aware of it and plan on attending these events, setting up their own information booths as well.
Yep. Again, through the chair to Councillor Ryan. So Director of Corporate Services will send that out to the committee to ensure they've got it. We have this. As we're working through our website as well, I'll look to have this posted somewhere in a conspicuous place that's easy to find for everybody as well. So we do have that, and we will share it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Adney. I'm almost done here. I do have a question and I guess a comment, that I'll pass on to Councillor Wozanowski, because he's on the chamber, and it is with respect to enforcement in certain areas, specifically around businesses. There's a suggestion made by RCMP that it'd be nice to have no loitering signs, because this way they can actually enforce what they would classify as loitering. So again, I don't know if this is, it would be a city initiative. I just thought maybe it would be more of a chamber initiative to see if they want to start putting those signs, because without those signs, there's very little that law enforcement can do in order to address loitering.
Yeah, we can look into that. I'll circle back with Mike and our CPOs and Kathy and figure out what we need to do to move that along.
And further to that, another suggestion, and this was made by a member of the RSCMP, was perhaps considering changing the hours that our parks are open or closed. So right now, I believe the parks are closed between midnight and 5 a.m., and they had suggested that maybe if we can move it to 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., this just allows them to then start, talking to people that are out and about in parks pretty late. And I'll just leave it at that on that one, because I think there's a lot of consideration that'll need to go in there. My last question here is, can community services develop a program incentivizing local non-for-profit sports teams to clean up parks, and where residents are encouraged to bring empty bottles, cans, and whatnot to help out these support groups. The idea being, again, how do we mobilize residents to take on, a bit more responsibility, and also give them a chance to give back to the community by doing these things.
So again, through the chair to Councillor Narayan. So the update, I guess, from the community services team is there's not a program exactly like this that exists, but it's something they're going to take away and look into of how to develop. They did say there's two sort of similar programs, but not the same, and maybe they can work with these groups to either make these bigger or a little bit different, or work together to do something similar to what you're talking to. One is the library hosts community cleanup on Earth Day, which is a similar program, but only once a year. And then there's a resident that hosts one similar through the Vitality Grants program. But neither one of those is exactly what you're describing. So they'll take away and see what they can develop for a program such as that.
Okay, that's wonderful. And through the chair, thank you very much, Mr. Adney. There's a lot of questions that I was asked to bring to administration. So thank you for all the answers. And thanks to Council for indulging. Thank you.
I have just a quick follow-up on that. The one question there about the changing the hours for city parks from midnight to 5 a.m. To 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., whatever those hours may be. What would the process be with regards to something like that? Is that a purely administrative decision? Is that something that comes to council? How does that process work?
So through the chair to council, I don't know. I'll have to look into that. We have a number of different bylaws that do things slightly different than other communities I've been in. So sometimes that's an administrative issue, and sometimes it does need a council resolution. So I'm assuming it falls somewhere in our community standards bylaw, but I'll look into it and circle back of who has the authority to do that, I guess.
Great, thank you. Also, some great questions here, and I appreciate the fact that the committee brought those forward, had the council bring it forward. I'm wondering, from a process point of view, would it be possible over the next little bit to have these questions answered in a more formalized way, and then could those even be added as part of the minutes for our GAP meeting? Is that something that we could do? And if so, do you need a motion for that? Or if not, if that's not possible, I'm just wondering, again, this is great work from the committee coming forward, and would love to be able to formalize the publicizing the answers to these questions.
So through the chair, I think when it comes to minutes, this isn't something that we typically put in our minutes, the way our procedural bylaws, but I don't see why council couldn't put a motion to add the answers to the minutes. Another approach could be to come back to a future council meeting or our next GAP meeting in April and have it as part of the agenda package with here's the formal, maybe it's a report for information I could do. Here were the questions and here's the answers, and then it's documented in the agenda package.
Yeah, could we just do it
Might-
as an RFI for April 1st?
Yeah.
So then we don't need a motion for that because that'll just be
I'll
part of
just
the
add
agenda
it to
prep
the
work.
agenda.
Yeah,
And then there's written responses that anybody can reference.
that's right.
Yeah.
Great. Councillor Ryan, would that suit well with you? Great. Thank you. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a follow-up to one of the topics that Councillor Narayan mentioned, and that was about the capture program and CCTV. And I'm wondering, since the city is now getting into CCTV, do we have a policy that directs what we can do with it? Do we have any FOIP implications with what we can provide, what we should be providing to the RCMP? Do we not need to meet those conditions? If it's going to the RCMP, do we have any direction around what we do with the footage that we retain or are going to be retaining?
So through the chair to Councillor Grant, that's an extremely good question. I would hope we've done something, but I can't comment at this point of exactly what we've done. So again, I can circle back with the answer to that question on April 1st. And if we don't have something, I'll develop some kind of policy to address that.
I feel like that question is big enough for a motion from council because we're really directing administration to do something there. And I think the motion falls along the lines of Governance and Priorities Committee, ask administration to provide clarification on the capture program and in relation to CCTV footage owned by the city. Would that work for you? I think that's a big enough topic that it should be captured in a motion. Did you get that while I was saying, or gotta go again? Wow, well done. And the CTV footage.
I guess it should be for the collection and disbursement of city CCTV.
Do you want to type it out? Get the whole thing first. Yeah. And CCTV footage owned by the city, because it would be ours. Right? So the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to provide clarification on the capture program and CCTV footage owned by the city of Chestermere. Is that good? So we only need the direct administration and just take out 2 direct administration. Yeah, there we go. Well done, Josh. Nailed it. Councillor Grant, would you be happy making that motion?
I would. Thank you, Mayor. I move that the Governance and Priority Committee direct administration to provide clarification on the capture program and CCTV footage owned by the city of Chestermere.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Thank you. Councillor Ryan, does that end off any committee updates from you? Great, thank you. Councillor Schindler.
None of my committees have met in the last few weeks, so I'm looking for in the next couple weeks having 3 committees. No, we
can, because you sit on it. Okay. And then Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I know we're closing in on lunch here. Further to Councillor Schindler's, yes, I also have some updates coming. We'll be meeting with Watershed and CDAC here shortly. The CDAC agenda has just been published, and glad to see that that the Beacon development will be on the agenda, amongst other things. So we'll come back to Council and Administration with a formal update after we meet. Watershed as well. We'll be meeting here in March. So by the next GAP meeting, we'll have a more formal update from there, and there should be some really good things coming from that committee, as well as some of the discussions I've had with our mayor and administration in regards to water security and stormwater, etc., as we move forward. I will share with council and administration that I did attend a one-day conference hosted by MLA Heather Sweet on the future of agriculture in Alberta. That was hosted in the city of Calgary. So there's strong advocacy on, no longer on the eve of tariffs, but on the eve of tariffs, we put together some report to Minister Sigurdsson, who is the Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation, to advocate the federal government and our provincial government for support for advocacy in regards to diversification, getting the agricultural market to international markets as opposed to the American and domestic market, because obviously we have more supply. R&D, there was a large theme of data and its use in agriculture to improve agriculture, and then financial relief. So not really too specific to Chestermere, other than we do live on a large reservoir, and every irrigation district in southern Alberta, well, in all of Alberta, which is primarily southern Alberta, was in attendance. So it was good to, rub shoulders with some of those people and seeing how Chestermere can help. I think by one of the things that we do have that we can offer some of those communities is we have a population in that region that can help with some of that advocacy. Chamber did have a meeting. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend, nor did we have a designate. But they did have an event, which was attended by about half of council. It was also on the night that the Canadians beat the Americans in hockey. So it was kind of a fun event, largely subscribed. These events actually are quite a bit of fun. I'd encourage everybody to come. No real updates other than from the last meeting. I think there's still some low-hanging fruit that we can get, and that is they are interested in playing a larger role in potentially taking over or playing a larger role in some of the community-based events in the city. I know our council has discussed what events we need to put more effort into and what events can we actually have the chamber. They're certainly open to that, having that conversation, as well as getting more feedback from the city in regards to who these new businesses are and getting them more engaged in the chamber. So those are some outstanding items I think we can follow up on. We are having a chamber meeting next week, so we'll give you an update there. And Mayor Dean, if I could just ask you if it's okay to share a brief update from our last IMC meeting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so we had an intermunicipal committee with the city of Calgary last week, maybe a week and a half ago, and they brought an army of their rec team primarily, and the focus of the conversation was primarily recreation. They did give us a update on the kind of future of their recreation, both near term and long term. Where the near term affects the city of Chestermere, near our border, is they are planning a large recreational facility right at 52nd and 17th Avenue in Forest Lawn, with an aquatic center and some other amenities. So Kathy Russell was in attendance, as well as administration. We've left it with administration, both our chair, Mayor Dean, and the City of Calgary chair, Councillor John Carla Carra, left it with administration to start working together on recreation and understanding what the needs are along the borders. One of the points Mayor Dean brought up that was important is, and also CAO Mr. Edney brought up was, well, do people really care how far they drive if it's across an imaginary line? So we need to think about that as we plan our recreation. So we also proposed what our long-term plans are in regards to recreation with the new land that we've acquired, and left with administration to kind of take that to the next step. We left the meeting with the agenda item of focusing on also twinning of Chestermere Boulevard, 17th Avenue. We did advise the City of Calgary that we may be a touch ahead of them because we did apply for the LSG something grant, whatever it was called. Mm-hmm. And if that's awarded, then we will have to, fast track the twinning of our portion of Chestermere Boulevard. The next meeting we will be having with IMC will be discussing primarily that focus. And we do apologize to our chairman of the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation. We certainly wish you were there to participate in that conversation, but we won't make that mistake twice. That's it. That's all I got.
Thank you, Councillor Warzanowski. With that, I believe we have a motion to accept the committee updates for information. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the committee updates for information.
Comments, questions? The only comment I would make is I just want to say thank you to our council for the broad depth of work that we're working at, both within our community and outside of our community. As Councillor Warzanowski mentioned, meeting with other municipalities, the city of Chestermere having representation on Alberta Munis committees through Deputy Mayor Sambo, and the amount of work that we're seeing, we're coming back with all these questions that we can go back into committee. So, council, I just want to say thank you to all of you. I understand and empathize with the challenges that we all have in balancing our council and other work-life balances. And so I just want to say thank you to all of you for the immense work that you're putting in on this committee work. So with that, call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Thank you. Then finally, we just have two final closed session items, and I don't anticipate very many motions coming out of this afterwards. I believe that these are going to be two quick updates. So my assumption will be that we'll do these items except for information and then adjourn the meeting shortly thereafter. So with that, can I have a motion to move to in camera for the following two items, please? Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee move into closed session at 11:54 a.m. to discuss the following: Water Management and the Water Act, FOIP, Section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations, and Pattison sign lease, FOIP, Section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Great, thank you. Can I have a motion for council to come out? Council, can we have the motion to come out of in camera, please? Councilor Schindler. Yep,
Yes.
we are live.
Okay, I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee come out of closed session at 12:38 p.m.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. With that, are we able to see, are you comfortable, since we had indicated before going into camera that we were just going to be making those motions and nothing has materially changed? Great. Okay. Great, thank you. Can I have the first motion on the screen, please? Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the discussion on Pattison sign lease for information.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. I didn't see, but that was carried. Great, thank you. And can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the discussion on water management and the Water Act for information.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. With that, I believe we've exhausted the agenda, looking to administration and or to council if there's anything further. That's it. Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion to adjourn, please? Councillor Warzanowski.
Gladly. Thank you, Mayor Dean. I motion that the Governance and Priorities Committee adjourn the meeting at 12:40 p.m.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried. Great. Thanks, everybody. Can we just gather in the conference room? Check this shit out.